Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Stanley Parable. Ignore the chat in the corner, I was testing the alerts and it has not cleared. Wonder if I do that? There we go, there we go. So, welcome to the Stanley Parable. Now, I have played this game before, and I think I've got all the endings, I'm not sure, but I decided to go into the Steam console and, words. I got rid of the achievements and I reset the data, so everything is hunky-dory. So, welcome. Please enter the current time. You know I gotta do it. What time is it currently? It is 19:05. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 7:05. There you go. Hang on, hang on. Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock at 12 and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see this screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want, even if it's not the correct time. You've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. Thank you! We love Timekeeper. We stand Timekeeper in this household. Hang on just a moment. I gotta make sure everything's working properly. Is that a good volume? I think it's a good volume. I don't know. Ah! Did not mean to be looking that scared. Whoops. Windowed projector, and that way I can see what faces I'm making. There we go. Now, I hope this will be interesting to watch. I'm not sure if it will be, but, you know. This is only my second stream, so we shall see, we shall see. The end is never the end. Just gotta see what my keybinds are. Laughing, angry, scared, crying, smug, amazed, done with shit.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Oh, the cutscene always breaks for me.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building
Ugh.
where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was
I'll let it play,
he
but
sat at
it
his
isn't working
desk
very
in
well.
room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made
Ah, it's fixed.
exactly for this job.
It's like the first half of the cutscene breaks.
Stanley was
No
happy.
idea why it does that. Stanley was happy.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
Did it now?
Something that would forever change Stanley.
Really?
Something he would never quite forget.
Interesting.
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour
I haven't
when he
played this game in
realized
so
that not
long.
one single order had arrived on the monitor
Is the volume
for him
okay,
to
by the way?
follow.
Can you hear me in the game
No
okay?
one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened.
The company?
This
Is that a Lethal
complete
Company reference?
Isolation.
We love the company.
Something
you know we
was
love the
very
company.
clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the
Oh, damn, that's quite loud. Hang on.
But as
There we
he came
go.
to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk
There we
and
go.
stepped out of his office.
There we are. Now that should be a much better volume. Huh. You can press right mouse button to walk. That's really weird. Whoa. I don't remember if there's anything to do in here. I hate Mondays. Coming from a guy who's supposed to be happy all the time, that's a little bit strange, don't you think? It's almost as if it's a reference and not actually meant to be taken seriously. Oh. Alright, let's get out of here.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What could it
Stanley
mean?
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Can you imagine being in this situation, though? You're just at work and then gone. I would go home, honestly. I don't know about you. Then again, this building doesn't seem to have an exit. It's just...
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he
Bro.
couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I'm not looking for my co-workers, I'm making a point. It's just the abyss outside the window. Oh, hang on, I need to turn on the crosshair because I can't see anything. Rectangle type, first-person shooter... There we go. Back. Resume. There we go, now I can see what I'm doing. Otherwise I don't know where I'm clicking. I love these types of phones. Who farted? I love these types of old phones. They're like my favorite kind. I saw one in a charity shop a while back and I almost bought it, but it was 20 bucks. It was white. I kind of forgotten what all the secrets are. Oh. When was the last time I played this? I don't even remember. I like work. I just hate my boss. Oh my god, that's so relatable. I have a job. I definitely have a job. It's a pretty painting. Was this made specifically for the game? It looks painted. I gotta stop. Boop, boop. Beep. What is that? How the mighty have fallen. I don't think I noticed that before. The doors are all locked. Still locked.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Alright, what do you think we should do? Left or right? I would like to follow his instructions, because that's what he's telling me to do, and I'm a good boy. However, I'm feeling a little bit devious today, so I'm gonna go this way.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
For a second, I thought I got my rights and lefts mixed up again.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Look at that! For a second, I thought that was, like, outside. How foolish of me.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
It is quite perfect, don't you think? I think it's wonderful.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Anywho.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality.
I love having a poor overall personality.
No one left. Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue. But when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Nuh-uh, I'm blunt. You gotta be upfront with me, otherwise I don't get it. You gotta tell me that there's no more secrets, or I'm gonna keep looking for them. It would be cool if the clocks in-game reflected the time you put in. But they don't. Has that notepad always been there? I swear I don't remember it being there. Then again, I haven't played this game in, like, literal months. Number 1 dad. Who farted? Something... I hate Mondays. Be my Valentine. Aww. A short history of the relations between Poland and Austria-Hungary. Damn, narrator, you've been doing some light reading in here.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room. and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
I've always wanted to go into these rooms. I mean, I know they don't let you for a reason, but it'd be interesting to explore a bit more. I'm sure there's mods for it. 454, first open door on my left? I don't think so. I'm feeling devious. Do not lie. If you are lying right now, stop. Am I lying? No, I'm setting up, but
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
How dare you? You know what, that's honestly rude. That's so rude. And I'm offended that you would talk to me that way. Oh, I didn't know you could close that door. I'm playing too much Supernatural. Or, Phasmophobia, that's what I meant. Words, I'm so good at them. That's why I'm a streamer. There's a key card for this door. I'm pretty sure you can't open it, but that's cool. Do not jump from the cargo lift while it is in motion. Will cause death. Penalty for misuse of the cargo lift, $1,000. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift, $5,000. Is that to cover the funeral costs?
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
I don't have any feet.
Really, I'm not.
I'm just a head.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
This game is genuinely really pretty. Like, for being in an office and a warehouse, it's gorgeous.
Not asking for me,
Look at that. Maybe my standards are just really low because I play Roblox all the time.
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Has she now? Hang on just one moment, silly guys. Need to... I will be right back. Just gotta do something real quick. There we go. So, is there anything even up here? Nope. B1? Oh my god, Ultra. It's V1. I'm brain rot. What's in here? I know the answer. Betrayal and sadness, that's what's in here. Are you forklift certified? I'm not forklift certified. If I said I was, that would be lying, and the sign earlier said don't lie. If you're lying, stop it. Alright, here we go.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her.
Why is the light swinging?
Place your faith in another. Then pick up the phone.
I'm gonna pick up the phone! I'm gonna do it, narrator! I'm gonna pick up the phone! Flashbang. I never noticed.
Stanley, is that you?
Your apartment's also 427.
Keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
I can't believe he's being so mean to me. Oh no, I'd hit.
It's a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
For morning employee 47, press N on your keyboard. Boop.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Please press C.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Please press K.
But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown.
I really like this bit of the game.
Fantastic discoveries of new lands.
How sometimes it tries to explain itself.
Each day that he returned to work
There's multiple different
was a
explanations
reminder
of
that
what
none
this
of
game
it could
is.
ever happen to him.
And you can pick any of them to be canonical. It doesn't really matter which one you pick. You can pick your own.
So he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Press H to spend time with the boys.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world,
I like
he began
this.
to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions.
I like how the trademark
Down
is still
another was a
here.
game with a baby, and he called it the Stanley Parable.
Please press J to tell your kids a
Such
story.
Wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
I like how he messes up and says played instead of
There is no
imagined.
answer. How could there possibly be?
Or I don't know if it's
In
messed up.
reality, all he's doing is pushing the
Hang on, I'm gonna yap for a second. I really like this because you can imagine that this is the canonical explanation for the game. That this is just the delusions of a man who's desperate for a change in his life. Take a little sippy. Or you can imagine that it's the other ending that you get one time, which I can't remember how to get, where the narrator is basically like, I made Stanley because I'm sad. Or it can be this whole thing is real and Stanley's a real person, or you're the one controlling it. Anything could be anything, and I really like that. It's
same
completely
button
up to
that he always
interpretation.
has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more
And him saying he's still pushing the same buttons he always has, that's in relation to you pressing the keyboard. I really like that. I think, at least. It's my interpretation of it.
invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
I don't actually know if anything happens if you don't do it. I'll wait a solid minute. See what happens. This is truly riveting content. Who puts a chair in their doorway? Oh, I never noticed that clock actually moves. This is like watching paint dry, I apologize.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
How about a mirror? Boop.
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button.
Please die.
And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
It's very sad. And then people make shit out of them kissing and I forget how sad the game is. Yippee! Welcome back. I wasn't trying to jump, but I guess I got the achievement. If you click that many times, does it think you're trying to jump? Wait, what are even the settings? Controls. I like how there's a setting for jump, but you can't jump. Ah, auto walk, yes. No thank you, I don't want auto walk. Anyways. I'm pretty sure there's an achievement.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the... Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth?
I mean,
no.
you gave me an achievement for joining the game.
Merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Mm-hmm.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Alright, let's count together, let's count together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Click it!
I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
417. Let's go, baby girl. Hell yeah. Wait, where is that? 425, 42... Ah, it goes backwards. I see. Wait, why does it go backwards? I've never noticed that. Hello? Surname, access. Oh. What does that cup say? Does that cup say fuck? I want to know what that cup says. Is that an E? I think it just says fuel, but it makes you think. Yes! The computer, let's go. Wee! Wait, where's for? Aha! How many clicks did he say?
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
437, let's go, baby! I walked past it. There we go.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere.
I think we
Now,
are too.
Door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
Let's go! I wish there was a sprint option. I can just crouch really slowly. Why is there a crouch in this game? I just realized that. Why is there a crouch? It's like a stealth mechanic, but you don't use it.
Now, back to door number 437.
Here we go! 437. Someone spilled their coffee. Yeah, it does say fuel. That's the same cup over there. It's almost like we're in a simulation. Wait, 437 he said? I have the brain of a fucking goldfish. It would be cool if that door could open. It would be cool if any of the doors could open.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
The copy machine, yeah!
Back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Yes. 417. I walked past it again. Ha!
Now go climb on employee 419's desk.
Oh. 419. Let me up.
Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up.
What am I putting on the line?
Clicks on door 416.
416!
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
He's so silly! I love him! Me when the narrator is so silly.
Finish it off, Stanley!
Yeah.
5 clicks on door 430! Yeah!
Yeah!
We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today.
We're
Just think,
so
only a
better.
few
We're so
minutes ago,
cool.
You believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
I'm not sure what I was thinking. Mayhaps achievementoid? Anyway. Now let's not be a deviant. Let's do what he says. Let's do what he says.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yes, left time. Let's be good little guys. I know they're just repurposed cups, but my little theorist brain is like, huh, everyone in this
Yet
area is
there
a
was not
dad.
a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find
Floor
an answer there.
4XX. Weekly targets admin, marketing Mondays. 451's private time, I'm sorry. Group 40X, group 45X. This box is too small. Termination Tuesdays, office. Send legal. Question mark? 8bird. Mergers. Ideas and development. I can read. Pre-review of weekly review. Weekly review. Pranking floors meeting. What to do about 432. Don't tell 432 about the meeting. Office party! RS00. Oh. Can I get on the table? I can. I'm on the table. I'm on your table. How do you feel? Narrator, I'm on your table. What do you think about that? What do you think about that? What does that say? Oh, it's just a bunch of numbers. What does this one over here say? I've never actually taken the time to read these. Hang on, my desk is way too low. I've got to raise this. That's the word. Almost said unlowen. Push for funding for R&D of new copy machine. Standardized graphs 40x wide, not cost efficient. The future was yesterday, tomorrow is now. What? Get Chris out of the broom closet. Synergize papers. Hire someone to synergize papers. Papers are too synergized. Fire paper guy. Hire somebody to fire the paper synergy guy. Who moved my desk? Tomorrow, complete today's unfinished agenda items. Right next to today's agenda, reflect. Employee 417, 491, 431, 405, 416, Jim. Right at which charts on the same slide depict the same information. Rates of increase in graphs per slide. Bi-quarterly post-review review. We need more/less reviews. 402 plus 405 want to get rid of the death sport portion in the primary review schedule. But I think that's a stupid idea. More water coolers, more water cooler heaters. Charts need to be more hip to appeal to teenage demographic. Find teenagers to put in teenage demographic. Big net! Some sort of child trap. Oh my god. A lot of percent. Whoa. Teenagers. Size of demographic. The space between the teenagers. Throw something in the ideas bin. No more bins. Trash cans. Renaming of the ideas can. Firing of me. How to solve a dispute with a coworker. Let it boil out inside of you. Take it out passive-aggressively on other coworkers. Resent coworkers for not supporting you more. Using in slides to ensure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slide has slick blue graphic in the header, and throw some bevel on all the text. This will ensure a calm and productive work environment. Everyone is unique. You most of all. I like that. I'm so unique, guys. I'm more unique than everyone else who is also unique. Number of slides on this slide. Uh-huh. Rate at which charts on the same slide depict the same information. We already saw this one. Rates of increasing graphs per slide. Synergize core value expand. Please no more charts, please, I'm begging, stop. Boss Appreciation Minute. Our Boss Appreciation Minute worksheet. Circle the top 20 things you love most about your boss. Fill out in triplicate and return to your Boss Appreciation Specialist, otherwise known as BAS. Solving interpersonal conflict. If you ever find yourself in a conflict with another employee, like yourself, but more inclined toward conflict unless you're the kind of person who initiates conflict, why did we hire you? Remember that it takes... I didn't get to finish reading that. Less air. Pollution, a boat. Transcend comatose mitosis. My dreams for the future are mitosis. Tips for not getting fired. Talk less. Do unbelievably amazing work all the time, every day, with no expectations of promotion or recognition. Don't get fired. Quarterly pie chart profits. Monetize free-to-play. Help, I'm a post-it! What do people want? Things. Happy... feelings. Violet James, you are fired. Money. More money. Things, but with money to buy more things. Graphs. Graphs about things and money. We have our new product! I've never taken the time to read these. The stock market is somewhere here. Colored in segments. Stripes. Research requires more secondary research. What is hot? Profits, 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 profits. Anywho. Oh my god, it's the broom closet.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here.
I don't think so. I think there's something in here. I think there's something in here. I'm not leaving.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
The amount of fanfictions I've seen of Stanley and the narrator with this broom closet is concerning and makes me want to rip out my eyeballs. Like, I'm sure people like it, but it's not my thing.
Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything.
I'm doing something. I'm practicing my tap dancing. Look, you can hear my taps.
He's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Look, my tap dancing. I'm practicing it. I'm doing a little Irish jig.
Are you really still in the broom closet?
Uh-huh.
Standing around doing nothing? Why?
Because I'm getting responses from you.
Here, I'm genuinely confused.
Getting a reaction out of you. And even though I have no siblings, I am a young child at heart.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. Because literally, this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever.
You're of no significance to the story. Tap dancing.
This is some kind of path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends.
Did you get my leaked messages? How did you figure out what my text messages are? Where is it? There you are. How did you find my text messages?
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably
Man, I've missed this game.
The connection. That's how stupid he is.
Uh-huh.
All with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Uh-huh.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's...
Explain how I'm moving.
When a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard.
Uh-huh, yeah.
Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
I don't know this for certain, but I believe that that's a reference to the Monty Python. It reminds me a lot of the pheasant bit. Pheasants did! Beautiful plumage. What do you mean, beautiful plumage? The plumage has got nothing to do with it. Anyway.
Ah, second player.
Hiya.
Good to have you on board.
I'm
Yes,
totally a second person.
You can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
So, what if I were to...
You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
I can't believe he's so mean. He's so mean to me, guys. I'm gonna cry because of the Stanley Parable, not clickbait. Gone wrong, gone sexual. Stanley Parable, made me die inside. Anywho, let me just close that.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Now, we've been annoying him, but we have still been following the right path. I still hate how awful that looks down there. I believe there used to be a glitch where you could get on top of the stairs, like the railing. Or maybe that's a different area. Anyway, stop it, Sam. Executive bathroom. Because the boss knows what the boss says goes. If the boss has suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. Extreme bathroom. Why would you have a window directly next to your toilet? I know we're probably on, like, the second floor or something, because we went upstairs, but god damn. That is some green hand soap. I'm a vampire. Hello? Right, yes, story. Everyone has disappeared, everything is terrible and awful and evil. But I'm distracted. I want to know what's going on. Business strategy. Elevator. Is he singing? Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, da, Meet when I'm infected by the curse that makes me be forced to sing along to elevator music forever. Ooh. I love synth. What is he doing? No, 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 no. What did he say? I didn't hear what he said. I'm bored. I fucking love that elevator. Anywho, office time.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him?
I wonder.
What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from
You should be allowed to play the
and
piano.
so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Stanley couldn't possibly have known it. I don't know. I'm Stanley. I don't know anything. Because I can't hear the narrator talking to me. Totally. I'm just gonna sit here and play the piano for a bit, because I don't know the code.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumb.
Actually, I'm playing the
Trying to
piano.
input anything
Thank you.
on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Yep. Could never possibly know.
2845.
I am the most expensive boss. Is that what that says? Yes. Sewage Lilies by Claude Money.
Forgot, but it turns out the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
I've played this game before, and it still catches me off guard with how funny it is. Just the forgot, but it turned. The barely concealed frustration at my incompetence. Whee! That reminds me of Portal, but getting on an elevator.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar.
I gotta vomit.
It was a stirring of emotion in his chest,
Oh.
as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
It would not go unanswered for long. Alright, let's go down the ominous, dark, spooky pathway. Let's see what happens down here. I sure hope nothing bad
Stanley walked
happens.
straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Escape. Janoi rent a fence.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
You know, you could be a little more subtle with it. I remember when I played this game for the first time when I was a kid, this terrified me. I remember it being so much more ominous. Maybe I'm just remembering it wrong. I don't know. This is the Ultra Deluxe, and I played the
behind him
original.
was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Nope.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Hell yeah, I love willingly confronting my death. That's ominous as fuck. Like, I know what's down there, but just seeing that is bloody terrifying. Ew. I'm gonna go back. We can go to this ending later, but for now, I want to be a good little boy and see what the narrator has made for us. Because, you know, I would be upset if people didn't look at the stuff I was making. Would you be? Do, 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 do,
But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for.
I've never heard that before. I've never heard that dialogue before. I've never gone back. That's so interesting. Oh, can you still do this? No, we'll do it later. Sam, stay on track. Stay on track. We can get all the secrets later.
On an enormous room packed with television screens.
This is a millennial, I mean, Gen Alpha's dream.
Stanley thought to himself.
Every single one of those screens, all playing Skibbity Toilet.
Find out.
Do I have the strength to find out? I don't know, do I? Hang on just a moment. Anywho. Oh, right, I actually went backwards. I did a full 180, baby. Boop.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building. Stanley's co-workers.
What was the employee they were keeping a
Lives of
look
so
at?
many
Like 435?
individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
I don't remember. We can look at the messaging again later. Go back, because the end is never the end after all. Oop.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Mayhaps, mayhaps.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never.
Good God.
It was unthinkable.
I'm allergic to plot.
Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Huzzah.
The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
Yes, he did.
He would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Because he's so cool and heroic and awesome. Guys, it's me, I'm Stanley. I'm Stanley. It's me, for real, for real, for real. For real. Whee! This whole screen, this whole space is just really cool.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Fucking Christ, that's loud. Here we go! We're getting our freedom, guys. Freedom time. Freedom, let's go.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty.
I actually can't see anything. I'm so lost. Am I even looking the right way? There we go.
He had won.
Yippee!
Defeated the machine. Unshackled himself from someone else's command.
Huzzah!
Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly...
I love how completely and utterly
Stanley
impractical the door
how
is.
many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For
Matters to
it was
me.
not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go.
Mayhaps,
No
mayhaps.
longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
This game's really pretty. I mentioned it
Stanley
before,
felt the
but
cool breeze
it's
upon
really
his
nice.
skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
I do wonder, when making this game, did the developers make this ending first or later? Because I imagine they came up with the concept of you disobey the narrator in the story first. But eventually they would have had to come up with a true ending or something along the like. Because you get an achievement for it, so it is the true ending. I believe you can go back in.
All of his
Damn it.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, let's jump out the window. Let's do it. I think I remember how to do it.
How hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Apologies, that was a very, very loud van passing outside my house. Yep. Come on. Whee!
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
Incredible.
He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video games.
Wow, this game has such insightful and witty commentary about the narrative structure of video games.
Now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
I love Endless White Voids.
Just to drink it all in. Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Are we sick of this gag? No.
Then in that case, we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option?
Maybe.
Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the
I've been
narration?
playing for almost an hour already, mate.
Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones, though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Cheers. I don't actually know what happens if you stay. I'm like 95% sure if you stay here for like 5 hours or something, like an obelisk appears in the corner. However, I didn't have the patience for that. So we're gonna go get the other option, and then we're gonna continue the game, because I want to.
All his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What could it
Stanley
mean?
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his coworkers.
Hiya!
At first, Stanley assumed...
Yeah. Shut up.
Until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
Blah, blah, blah,
He
blah,
then
blah,
praised
blah,
the
blah,
game
blah,
for
blah.
its insightful and witty
Bro, this is
commentary,
yapping
its
simulator.
video game structure, and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
I don't...
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want. Like, right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit.
Not when you're still talking.
These points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game.
And you're unable to act on your desires. You
I'm
shut the
gonna try
fuck
to make
up.
this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons.
If I had my guitar here, I could join in.
Kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible.
Looking up, they look like eyes.
And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. You too will become quite unbearable.
At some points when he's talking, he sounds like the narrator from Little Misfortune. I'm pretty sure they're different voice actors. This is such interesting content. This is so interesting to watch. Really why I only have one viewer. Does this go on forever? No, we're gonna endure it. We're gonna endure it. I swear there was something else here. I don't remember. Fuck it, I'm bored. I can't do it. I have ADHD. This is torture for me. I can't sit still in a room listening to guitar. I can't do it. I can't.
All of his co-workers were gone.
It's interesting. That's where the trigger is, right there.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo, or perhaps everyone had been
No matter how hard
abducted.
Stanley looked,
Shut
he couldn't find a
up!
trace of his co-workers.
Hiya, I'm turning off all the computers. I'm a nuisance. I'm a menace. I'm a silly little guy. I'm breaking your office. I'm breaking it. Oh. New content.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Hey, let me over there. What happens if I run off? I don't think it matters. 416. Into the abyss. The end is never the end. Hang on, let me turn off the crosshair so you guys can see this better. There we go.
Hello, and thank you playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
2013, Jesus.
Receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
More game. I love more game. New Game Plus.
Step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Absolutely. What happens if we... Can we go back? Nah. Dang it. I thought I was being clever.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Yeah, wait. I just realized. Why is the narrator asking about this? He made the parable. Or at least he's the one narrating all of it. How does he not know what this is? Because it's New Game Plus?
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new...
At long last. It's
I've
been
never
5 seconds, my guy.
Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
I'm not in control of it, buddy. Hang on, I was adjusting my desk again. I love Asylum Core. The jump circle!
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Oh my god! I believe you can save jumps if you quit here, so we will come back here later. Actually, no, we can't. Whatever, it's fine. I don't need to jump. Jumping's for nerds!
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Elevator? Why?
Another elevator.
Is this
Stanley,
carpet
I have
inside
to
an
say,
elevator?
Initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content?
I mean, I'm pretty
If it's
excited.
new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good.
I'm always facing the wrong way.
I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
I wonder what ways you could break the game by having the jumping. Thank you for enjoying the new content.
You've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley.
I can't wait
built up too much
for when
anticipation around
Twitter
the content, I'm afraid.
dies.
It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game?
I don't know, I'm having a lot of fun
Try to
ducking
get
under
back
this
to what
board.
Stanley Parable is really about.
I'm clipping through the
No
board.
frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
You called me your friend! I can't believe it. I'm his friend, guys. I'm a special little boy. His silly little rabbit, his confidant. His what? His silly little rabbit? Does he call you that? No! Hello.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent.
Among
I wanna
Us?
show you something.
Among Us? Nope, I'm going this way.
Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
He's literally acting like a guy who has a crush on the girl. Why are there like 8 billion cigarettes over here? What the fuck?
Oh, never mind. You're not a dork.
Coffee nut. This cream tastes different. I'm sorry. The end is never the end. Yeah, let's just wait in awkward silence while we process that joke I made, because it was very funny and very worth your time.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? It
Uh-huh.
got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special, and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Is the photocopier in here because he wanted you to click it, because he likes it?
I call it the Memory Zone.
Wow!
Storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Man, if I had one of these, it would not work. Is that a basket of... Oh, that clock looks so cool. I mean, phone. Did I just call it a clock? Fucking hell. This game is messing with me.
Doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
What's over here? Time, Indoors Monthly, Shapes, Graphs, National Geographic, Car, Go! The greatest wealth is memory. That's so touching. Memory, sweet memory. Look at that. Beautiful. The Stanley Parable, first edition, collector's edition. Audience Award. The Last of Us Stanley Parable. I never actually played The Last of Us. I kind of want to. It's a zombie game, isn't it? 2013. Oh, that's clever. Our first kiss, my first car, the release of the Stanley Parable in 2013. Shut up. The original. A trip down memory lane. Smile because it happened. $1. Demonstration. Oh yes, I've always wanted to play the demo, and I never got to because I bought it because I'm an idiot. I'm a fool. It is impossible to get this achievement. Don't play for 5 years. New video game releasing today. Creators surprisingly down to earth. Colleges show uneven effort to enroll poor. Los Angeles Crimes. Stanley Parable deals tough choices. Oh, times. I thought it said crimes. Ignore my incredible reading ability. Yippee!
Is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable.
My guy, this is a little bit narcissistic.
Journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing.
This is a really nice room, actually.
It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Hey, it's okay, buddy. I like the elevator content. I might actually end up playing the Stanley Parable, the original one, because I do have that still. At least I think I do. If I don't, I can get it. because I think there's a way you can get new dialogue. Or not new, but there's a way you can hack the game, quote unquote, and get dialogue. And such. Person of the Year. Stanley, but extremely blurry. The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. Wait, no, I think this is the naughty room. I don't remember, actually. Is there a way to no-clip? I'm pretty sure. We will find it out later.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect.
Well, I
It
mean,
didn't need anything else. It
9 out of
didn't
10, that's
need
not
new
perfect.
content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Carpet textures. Yes, the serious room! That's what I was looking for. I remember I was never able to do that because I didn't know how to do it, but I'm sure there's tutorials.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before.
We're going to his
What's this
subconscious.
down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Hey, I mean, everything has its flaws, man. You don't have to be perfect. Forklift Simulator. Oh, wait, I just remembered what this is. I am horrible with this ending. It makes me very sad.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I?
I love his little voice cracks.
Tell me
It's
if
so
I'm
silly.
preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with.
Uh-huh.
You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record.
Hey, you're fine,
I
man.
feel like a failure.
You're not a failure.
Like I let these people down.
Man, you're not a
Perhaps the
failure.
Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Wait, why are there trees in the water? I just noticed that. Oh.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
I think Cookie Nine actually saw this.
Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt.
No.
Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Oh, have they patched this glitch?
And here it is. Go
No!
ahead and give it a shot.
I think they
I'll put
patched
you
it.
forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for.
No.
And I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get.
We're gonna listen
Well,
to him.
don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, no, until 245. Got the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations.
Uh-huh.
But of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise.
A treatise.
Or maybe a manifesto.
Manifesto.
I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think.
Uh-huh, go on, I'm listening.
So my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice.
Uh-huh.
That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever...
I love erecting my
every
monument.
choice to which you've ever given... Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But
I
that's
sure
the power
did.
of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button.
Maybe,
But
yeah.
I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review.
Uh-huh.
Merely because of this very situation.
Absolutely.
Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review.
Uh-huh.
So that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer.
Is it
The
now?
last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait. How do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room?
Nah, I think you're crazy.
I feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place?
I think we came in through the ceiling,
Button
and
came
we
into a room
went
without
through
a
the
door
ceiling,
of
and we...
some sort, or a window or something like
Awesome
that.
jetpack and hot air balloon.
A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button to go anywhere other than the skip button.
I'm anywhere other than the skip button.
Here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go?
Up yo ass.
just ram your way through a wall?
Ah!
Possibility that
Ow.
you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all.
I don't think you
I'd
coded
like
this
you to
for me.
work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as... Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews.
This is what happens when you let self-hatred get to you.
I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback.
This is what happens.
It's so important for me to fix the problem. Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child.
I think you were already impetulant as a child.
Help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve?
Hang on, I will be right back. I need to turn on the light because I am getting blinded by my computer.
For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety, that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, 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 I know you too well. You'll be leaving me. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important
Hello there.
to fix the problem?
Anyway,
Why-
boop.
Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with.
Hey, why can't you leave, my guy?
That's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to
Hey,
the
please
ground.
don't. I really
The
like your story.
single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley.
Yikes, this is really sad.
You and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between.
This is really sad, and I feel really bad for you, but like, so anyway.
Oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through.
Are you breaking up with me?
So much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities.
Why don't you just leave?
Nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months.
Is it because you're here with me and you're just invisible?
Deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them.
Anyway, you need therapy, my good sir, my bro, my broski, my... Hello? Guys, I think he's dead. I think the narrator fucking died. Death of the narrator, except it's... Hello there. Dusky.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person.
I feel like I'm getting told off at school. I feel like I'm getting a lecture.
Then it's a crime not to bring it into being.
Hey, buddy old pal, I know you're angry, but it's not really my fault that I'm pressing the skip button, because that's what the game wants me to do, and eventually, if I don't press it for long enough, you just keep yapping in a loop. So, I mean, I know this is really tough for you, but, I'm gonna press it again.
The end is never the end, 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 is...
I love hearing a guy spiral into insanity. It's my favorite type of thing. This is so demure, so mindful. Very, very cool. I love it. I love this ending. I'm so glad I went on to it. This does not make me sad at all. Ever. Can I press the button again? Thanks, Pookie. POV, Portal 2. I mean, Stanley must be, like, a god, or does it just completely freeze your body functions as well? That's probably a more logical explanation. Can I skip? 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 Please, 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 please. No, thank you. I'm good. I'm fine. I'm good. Thank you. Let me out! There we go. This is more pleasant. Aha! Look, narrator, there's a way out. You can leave now. It totally hasn't been like a billion years. It hasn't been a billion years. You're alive still. Totally you're alive. You're so alive. I don't actually know if there's a place to go here. It's just kind of pretty. The end is never the end. So anyway, I'm really glad that you don't remember these endings, because it would suck if you did.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Imagine if there was a bit of dialogue after the skip button ending, where he remembered everything, and he was, like, really relieved and stuff. I mean, there's plenty of fanfics that do that, but it would be cool if it was real. Ah! I've been clicking on all the computers. Haha! I don't remember if it does anything. New content? This went really bad the last time.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign.
Kinda hard to miss.
I have something very exciting to show you.
A little bit difficult to miss that big old neon sign there, buddy. Buckaroo. Buddy boo bow bow pal mal kazow kazow Kachowski. What the fuck am I even saying? Yippee!
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be.
Uh-huh.
The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the
Stanley Parable 2? How did the doors change? Oh, never mind, they didn't. 427, the end is never the end again!
You see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions?
Isn't this great?
Territory will cover with a full
New mug!
an entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
I love the new color scheme. What am I hearing? I think it's supposed to be birdsong. Investor Showcase, welcome.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than
Tu
Ultra Deluxe.
va qui de ju do zve du das tva.
Now that's an
Taste the sequel, new and tasty.
right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Ah, I need my crosshair back. Give me it. Thank you, Pookie. You can't even click on this door. Or this one. None of the doors are clickable. You got some sticky notes there. Photos off painting k.tga. It would be awesome if you could actually click on that and fuck about with it. This game sucks! You can't interact with the fake computers on the TVs! I'm gonna give it a negative review. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building castles in the sky. Just the two of us. You and I. I forgot the song. I was singing the Doki Doki version. Just the two of us. In this classroom in the sky, crimes of passion are just fine when enlightened from AI. Time to wake up, oh you. Never underestimate coffee enjoyers who left their cup by a leather sofa that faces a blurry room. Oh my god! I would love a cup that's so personalized. Oh, the Crows logo. They're back. 2 doors. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Old and busted. New hotness. Boring sections of the chart. Cool red section of the chart. What does that say? 2 times New Roman something. Keep on trucking. Every pause button is a Roman numeral 2, meeting at 2. More Stanley Parable, better TSP. Win-win. Sequential mind share. Paradigm shift, synergy, brick and mortar approach, envelope client-centric marketing, the color red, leverage, holistic value, 1 to 2. You see, this guy understands color theory, because everything's red, which symbolizes growth and happiness and hospitality. Especially if it's smeared all over the floor in a children's hospital. The Stanley Parable 2! I love the slideshow.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing.
Scrum, design pitch, break, pitch design number 2, chat.
Organize a handful of
Who took the red marker? Me.
That surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Valued investors, this way to the show floor. New content! New features! I want to get on the bus. Let me in! Let me in! Stanley Parable.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game? Oh my god. No jumps, remaining player T. No jumps, remaining player teams. I love how mischievous the music is. Makes me want to twirl my mustache.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people.
Absolutely.
So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
I think it's beautiful, narrator. I'm gonna call you Nary. Nary McFarry.
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate...
Hell yeah, role-playing. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I love role-playing. I love role-playing.
promise you'll love it.
Absolutely.
Okay,
I'm so excited.
Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Alright, my mind is clear.
I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply?
Why do I have to imagine my dreams crumbling to dust?
If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Am I Jim? Hang on, I gotta get into character. Jim. 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 Everyone knows that you say your own name like a Pokemon all the time. That's how you really envision yourself as a person. Alright, I'm ready.
Jim.
Oh my god.
Yes, you
Perfect.
see?
I love it.
Thrill. What
Incredible,
a rush. That was
incredible.
you. The button described you. Do it again.
Jim.
Jim!
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money.
Absolutely.
Let's take a break from the Jim button.
No.
I'm emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
I don't want to take a break from the Jim button.
Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too
Jim.
much,
Jim.
Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away.
Jim.
No,
Otherwise,
no,
soon
my
you'll
button!
start to lose all sense of
My
who you
button!
actually are.
Jim.
Sorry, I don't know what that was. I have this weird memory of a past life where I was Jim. You know, I'm not addicted to the button. I can quit any time, Doctor. Anyway, moving onwards. Enjoy the new
I suppose
features.
I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable too. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Epilogue.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
A Stanley. I need to jump. I want to jump. Let me jump! The reassurance bucket. Merch! Infinite hole. Free achievement. I gotta get the free achievement. Look at how happy he looks. I mean, me, because I'm Stanley. This is my parable. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement, no more steps. It just works. Get yours right now. I'm sold.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement.
Incredible.
You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Achievement time, let's go.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise...
I'm a gamer. I want my achievement! Give it to me! Anyway. What's over here? Nothing? Okay. Awesome.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Let's go to the jump circle.
You know what, Stanley? I actually think the jump circle was a pretty good idea. I'd like to hang on to that for the sequel.
Uh-huh. It's not your idea, though. I thought you wanted purely original content. I believe if you begin the game again while you're in the circle, you can maintain the ability to jump. I don't know that for certain, though, and I'm not going all the way back. Collectibles! That's new! Oh my god! Is it new? Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Collect them all. Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
This is not ominous at all. Oh my god! I got a Stanley! Oh, it was all a dream.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
You know, I must agree. Merch, Settings World Champion, the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. Oh wait, I can do Settings World Champion, I can do that, hang on. To do that, I read the achievement, you need to set the settings to every single variable. And then camera sensitivity all the way up and down, and that. New. Yep, there we go. There we go. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. There we go. Auto walk. Audio, main volume.
This
There we go! I got seconds world champion. So now, we can go over here. Not here. Wrong way. This way, this way, this way. Wait, which way? This way. Please, no screenshots. I'm gonna take all of the screenshots.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Get well someday and happy 12th birthday. Well, I mean, it will be my birthday pretty soon, in November. So... but get well someday. That applies to me, as well. Oh, these both apply to me. Happy 12th birthday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
Fuck you, narrator. Get well someday. How do they do that?
Maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
He's just like me for real. Bum 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 bum. So we got merch, settings world champion. I just realized none of these make any fucking sense. Let's do the infinite hole. I'm in the mood for an infinite hole. Also, that map is not what this is. I love that. Hang on, I'm in the mood to jump. I want to do a little bit of a jumpy before we go in the infinite circle. There we go, I'm satisfied. Here we go! Hello. Oh, wait, no, we were just there. I thought it was a secret. A secrete. A secrety. A Socrates. Will Wood! Will Wood! Time depths. Distant future. Hole like infinity. Distant past. Time deeper. Opening. Rim. Surrounding area. Depth. Infinite. Is that the fucking hole emoji? Is that just... Did they just rip that emoji straight from, like, a text? Would not surprise me. Hole entrance infinity. Educational use infinite. Oh. Depth, space, hole, more hole, question mark, science, infinity, more, falling. It just keeps going. Amazing. I want to go up there.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Oh my god, it's everything I've ever wanted in a game. You know, whenever I play, like, Minecraft or Subnautica, I wish I could fall down forever. The call. It lures me. I gotta.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Uh-huh.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later
Why?
spectrum of
You trying to hide something from me?
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature.
It's okay, guys exaggerate the length of things all the time.
Is it a deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a...
Whoops.
Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely?
Me!
The hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think
Yeah.
we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite?
That's not a thing. Nuh-uh.
Go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more.
Alright, fine. You're a liar, but it's okay. I want to go down there. Oh my god, I just realized mostly infinite. Well, I mean, they changed the sign, so I gotta go again.
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes. too
I'm
much.
gay!
A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of...
Ow, my legs.
Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole. I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of
I need to...
a lifetime.
Guys, I can't resist the call of the void. The call of the hole, it's too strong. I gotta jump in, guys. I can't resist it. Oh. Hawoink! Whee!
How could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here?
I
Stanley,
wonder.
I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Well, I mean, I've heard of a long things getting shorter, but I've never heard of holes getting shorter.
Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot.
A very aggressive divot. A concavity.
How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge?
Whoops.
You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working?
No, it's not.
You sure?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
Hiya! No, it's fucked.
Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
What?
You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for.
I can't
It's a
believe you.
win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else.
How could you?
Take care, Stanley.
How could you?
I hope you and the hole have a
How could you?
wonderful rest of eternity.
How could you? I wanted to be with the hole, but I didn't want to be with the hole forever, you know? I got other things going on. I got a life. I got, apparently a non-wife. I have a mannequin. I got a mannequin at home, waiting for me. I gotta get back to them. What is happening? Oh. Narrator? Narrator? Hey, narrator. Hey, narrator. Narrator, I'm actively falling into the hole. Your hole is actively consuming me. I mean, what? That sounds really, really dodgy. I mean... Down we go. Down. Now this is a hole I can get behind. This is a good hole. Everything I say is just... Oh my god. Look at my beautiful face. This is so majestic. I'm gonna keep it like this. Oh man. Perception. Oh hell yeah, this is groovy. Bam, bam, ba-da, ba-ba-da, ba-ba-da, ba, 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 ba-da, ba-ba-da, ba-ba-da, ba-da-ba-da. This is groovy. Oh, puppies! Hell yeah, I like this. This is my favorite. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da. Oh! Oh, I look so cool! Never mind. Error! Oh my god, this matches me so well. I wanna go back to the fun-
Stanley! Stanley!
Huh?
Oh good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to
Dude.
miss a single moment. How about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up?
I was having the best experience of my goddamn life in this hole.
You and I will
That
have
still-
many years here
That
in
still
this
sounds
hole.
really suspicious. That sounds...
All of them. Stay alert, Stanley.
I don't want your hole. I mean, I want this hole, but I don't want to have sex with you, please. Oh, here we go again, here we go again, here we go again. More hole time. My face went in the hole. Wait, what? Oh man! I wanted to spend more time in the hole.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Don't you remember our amazing time in the hole where I hallucinated for like 15 years? And that time where you got left alone in a room while I was stood still for like 8 billion years? Don't you remember? I want to go to the infinite hole again. I'm going straight back to the hole. You can't keep me away from it. It's my true love, my Pookie. No! You locked me out of the hole! I can't believe you would do this. I thought we had something special, narrator. This is so sad. Alexa, play Despacito. Where haven't we been? What's up here? Settings world champion, mostly infinite hole. I like how it changes it on all the signs. Here we are.
Aha! I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion Achievement.
Oh my god!
You've experienced every
Wow!
traveled to all corners of the
You are the
settings
champion of setting all the sizes to all the possible numbers. Please enjoy this room. This is your room. It was made just for
In
you.
Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I just know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider, and that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
Can I try it now? Bumpscosity! Let's try bumpscosity 1,000. I want 1,000 bumpscosity. I don't actually think it does anything. No, it does. In my heart of hearts, I know it does. I know. I believe in the power of bumpscosity. I need to get some jumps out of my system. No, I can't say I'm worked up from the hole. I just need to stop talking about the hole. That's what I need to do. Let's go to the reassurance bucket. Surely there's no innuendos that can be gleaned from the bucket. Yeah.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket.
It's all I've ever wanted.
Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill
Whoops.
your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution.
Bucket is love, bucket is life.
Give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body.
Narrator, I'm gonna be honest,
Can I
I'm
say
scared.
I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well. I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a
You think I'm
person.
attractive?
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't
You think I'm attractive?
All this and more
Mm.
await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
You think I'm attractive, narrator? My. I mean, I knew we had something special with me going in your hole. Anyway, enough about narrator's hole. Let's go explore with our new bucket. Let's go, baby
Give out
girl.
awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
The way I watched someone join and immediately heard me talking about the narrator's hole and left. I mean, I don't blame them, but still, come on, give me a chance. Right. Where shall we go next? Merch! Yes, please. I bet you can actually get this somewhere. Office decorations. Oh, we already did that one. Dang it. Hello. Consistent quality with just the right amount of change. No screenshots? Haha. Red is the new orange. Have we done everything here? I think we have. Let's head on forth with our new bucket. Oh, Eckett's this way. Eckett? Eckett? Exit! Jesus, I'm losing my mind. Up the stairs to heaven.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to?
Mhm.
Ready to move on now?
Mm-hmm.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features?
Hell
Yes,
yeah.
I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work.
It already is
There's
working.
definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
All right.
Okay. Are you ready?
I'm so ready.
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Well, I mean, it's interesting.
Well,
It
I'm
has
using this
character.
picture Here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind.
Hey, no, it's
Hold on.
fine, it's
Let me do a
fine.
different
It's great. I'm very proud of you,
Yes,
narrator.
Yes, this is much better. I feel good about it.
Do you?
Here we go. Version 2.
For the Stanley Parable 2! 2 holes? Oh my god, I need
Who
this.
am I kidding, Stanley?
No!
This
No!
isn't a
I need
coherent
2
video
holes,
game at all. It's
please!
a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags.
I thought
They
your game
add
was
up to
serious.
anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game.
Hey,
I wanted fans to love it.
I do
No matter
love
how
it.
good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it.
Oh ho.
I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision
respect.
and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title.
Oh my god, yes, this is my favorite part of the game.
That says with bold and uncompromising conviction, this is the Stanley Parable 2.
My favorite part of the entire game. This is my favorite bit. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
I'm looking with my eyeballs. Look at that! Let's change up the bump viscosity real quick. Hang on. 12. I think bump viscosity at 12 is a pretty good level of bump viscosity. We don't want too much bump viscosity. The end is never the end is never the end. Who messaged me?
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company...
Oh my god, the cutscene, no!
He was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee...
Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't realize clicking it would advance it. Oh well. What have we got in here? We've got the Get Well Someday balloons. It's so tasteful.
What could it mean?
It's so tasteful.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I love how tasteful the balloons are. They're so tasteful, mindful, and demure. I would take up the bucket, but it changes the ending, so I'm not going to do that just yet. Hey, your balloons are kind of looking weird there, buddy. Anywho, let's go.
Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it?
Okay, fine, I will pick up the bucket then, because I want to.
Stanley picked up the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Nah, I'm going right. I'm feeling devious. The bucket's making me feel devious.
Not the correct
Making me feel
way to the meeting
confident.
room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
I love the
And
employee
it
lounge.
was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was.
Perhaps, perhaps.
How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
I love how insightful the bucket is.
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
Any more dialogue?
Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home. Here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
That's so sad. I'm so sorry, Bucket. I'm so sorry you're not accepted anywhere.
Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge.
You know, if it feels safe
Maybe
here.
the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
Exactly. You know, if it feels safe and happy here, that's where we're gonna be. Here, we can sit here together and look at the vending machine. So, you see any good movies lately? What's your favorite bucket food? What do buckets even eat? I'm sorry, you don't want to talk. I get it. What's that? You ready to go? Okay, let's go.
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
Nah.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Yes, Bucket, I will obey your every whim and command.
Said the bucket.
Yes,
Ride
yes.
all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him.
No, it had.
And
I could hear it.
He unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Hey, what happens if I jump off with the bucket? Nah, let's do it at once.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Absolutely, my
Stanley
lord.
once again obeyed blindly.
I love you, Bucket. I love you.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Yes, my lord.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket.
Oh, you
Once
jealous?
upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Oh, I'm in control. I thought this was a cutscene. Hi. Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press B to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders.
Yeah, it does.
Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
I don't believe that. The bucket is my Pookie. Press G to take me back home with you. Whatever you want. I love you.
I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Hang on a second. There we go. Just had to do something real quick. Where is the bucket? Where's my boy? Where's my boy? There we go. I love going back to work with my bucket.
Well, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket.
The fuck you say to me?
It can't think. It can't talk.
My bucket can do whatever
All
it can.
do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
You know, I am a liquid, and the bucket, they're my carrier. They're my ride or die, my homie, my best bro for life. Don't listen to the loud man. Press P for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. is still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted.
He's
and
jealous.
listened to. Now, all
He's
he cares about
jealous.
is this awful
He's
bucket,
jealous.
this stupid hunk of metal.
He's jealous. Oh. Press Q to ignore anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Yeah, you believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Of course I do.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid.
Now you're seeing it. Now you're seeing it.
Moving an amount of water from one room to another.
You could not find this bucket at any other shop.
Oh my god, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
The chair is invisible.
Oh no. I'm having feelings. The bucket.
No.
Oh, no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand.
Oh no!
Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket.
Oh, baby girl, you
in this
didn't.
troublesome situation.
Oh my god, you lit candles in a frying pan? This is so pretty. You did for me?
Give me the bucket.
No, it's mine!
Give me
No!
the bucket, Stanley. I need it.
No, it's
Give it to
mine!
me now.
No!
Give it or I'll...
Go back to work, Stanley. Whatever you ask, my beloved. I need my bucket. Where's my bucket? There it is.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
I'm so comforted by my beloved.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I'm curious as to what happens if you don't pick up
This
the
was
phone.
not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him,
Yes.
telling
This
him that the employee lounge was
is simply the place to be. Shush.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Nope, I have a mission.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking.
What?
It should have alarmed him, but Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend.
No, my lover.
So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Oh, yeah, I'm so thoughtful. Okay, let's actually go the way he wants us to.
Just a light breeze of bumpscosity in here at the moment, not bad. I personally enjoy a bit more bumpscosity, but at this amount it's absolutely reasonable.
I've never heard that line before. That's so cool. Hang on, I will change the bumpscosity. Here, have 50. There you go. I'm not gonna take the bucket.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors,
Nope.
this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I want the confusion ending. Let's go. Confusion ending. Confusion ending.
Room, Stanley for the first time understood true happiness. Then the feeling went away, and he felt sad again. Then it came back, and lingered for a minute or two. Now it's only half there. Just a kind of, tingle.
Stanley, you need antidepressants.
Back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left,
Let's take the first open door on my left.
and so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
The voices!
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office.
No, why would I?
About and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
Narrator?
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking?
I don't know.
Clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Take your time, bro. It's okay.
Now, let's see. We went down, right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
This way. All right. Here we go.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
All right.
This time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Huzzah!
All of his co-workers were gone.
What could it mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move
no.
the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago.
It got bored. It wandered off.
It's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley.
All right. Let's go this way,
story.
and then this way. And We're getting somewhere. Let's go. Ooh, what's around here? Everyone knows what you did. They're just holding back to let you torture yourself. Inner guilt. I've never seen that before. That is mortifying. What's over here?
I'll say, this is the worst adventure I've ever been on.
Hang on.
I promise you, there definitely was a story here before.
Hey, I'm having fun.
Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
All right. There we
All
go.
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Not gonna lie, this doesn't seem right.
It's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
All right. Back we go. Boop.
Aha! I knew we'd missed something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story.
No.
Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
All right. We're making progress. We're going around in circles, making progress. A circle. We're getting our steps in. That's all we're doing. We're getting our steps in a completely different environment.
Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Yay!
Congratulations! I I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job.
I deserve this.
No, I don't feel right about this at all.
Why not?
We both know you didn't put in any.
Hey, you don't know that I got my steps in. I got my step count up.
Fair and square, and this was not one of those situations.
No, I'm gonna keep my win.
I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Ooh.
Right.
Yes, my favorite bit.
This time, to make sure we don't get lost,
I'm saying that about every part of this.
of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line.
The adventure
Just
line.
a line. How simple is that?
It's so simple. I say this is my favorite part about every single part of the game. It's fantastic. Now, let's follow the light. Let's follow the light. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
To destiny!
Here's a thought.
Aha!
Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there?
Mm-hmm.
Or put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Dum ba dum bum bum bum. No, I know there's stuff back here. Hang on. Ba-dum. Ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-dum. Ba-ba-da-da-da-da. Ba-ba-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-ba-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
I'm studying it. I'm studying. Study maxing. Watching fern maxing. Fern piled. Fern maxer. This is so fern core. I need to be shot.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? I trusted you. After everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Poor little guy. He's so confused.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us?
They gave us some sick beats.
Right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Alright. Da 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 da.
Now, yes,
Da
this
da
is
da da
exciting.
da
Just me
da.
and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be?
Shooter. First person shooter.
Use your imagination.
First person shooter.
Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Or RPG. I wanna play Subnautica. Or Magic the Gathering. Oh, hello.
no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
I love how it's TM in anything referencing the line. It's exactly my type of comedy. Are we going to talk about how it seems to have a physical impact on its surroundings, or are we just going to brush past that? Just going to brush past that? Okay.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision.
Aha!
Here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
Okay.
Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
This is so dementia.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on.
Yeah!
I don't
Get
want
mad!
like this.
Get mad!
I won't restart the game.
Yeah!
Won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it.
Nice. You showed him.
And the timer
Whoa.
stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule?
God?
How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination.
Exactly.
So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime...
Oh, I wonder what happens if you do the confusion thing with the bucket.
The confusion and the chaos all seem to melt away.
Bucket, 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 bucket.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
No, I don't think so.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and
Hi-ya!
to the opposite door. Oh, good Stanley, I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Huh?
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much.
Is this an intervention?
This bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it.
I want to leave.
Want
Let me leave.
Story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this.
But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
What do you mean? What do you mean, narrator? What do you mean?
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
No! No!
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley
No!
Parable. True,
No!
it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
No! I don't want to destroy my bucket.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does?
I'm turning it off.
You don't need me to spell it out for you.
Eh.
Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket.
No.
Pop it into the machine
No.
when you're ready.
So I...
Listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait.
Okay, fine.
So I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about?
You have feelings for the bucket!
I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Flashbang.
Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spell-binding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Serves it right, it tried to kill my bucket. Before we go on and do any more wacky, wonderful adventures, I'm going to take a quick break and I'm going to go get some food because I am shaking. I will be back in a minute. Hello, I'm back. Welcome back to the Stanley Parable. This wrap is so good. Actually, hang on. I just realized people probably don't want to hear me eat. I will come back when I'm done eating. Dude, I sped run that rap. Anyway, so, welcome back.
Ah, quite a pleasant amount of
Uh-huh.
viscosity we've got today, wouldn't you say? Very enjoyable.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Oh, wait, what happens if I... Oh. 76, there we go, there we go. I never knew it did stuff. I always thought it was just a random setting that only existed for fun. Man, these strawberries are so good. Let's go get the computers. Let's do that.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I sure did, buckaroo buddy buddy boo. Whoops.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of
432,
dismay,
that's the employee I was
Stanley
looking for.
decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
What happens if I go into the room closet again?
Oh, no. Oh, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Oh man, if you're not gonna be fun.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Up we go. No, wait, actually, I think...
Stepping into his
Fuck.
manager's office, Stanley was once
Oh,
again
well.
stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation.
I'm so desperate, guys.
His attention
I'm
was caught by a
desperate.
keypad behind the boss's desk.
Uh-huh.
What could its purpose be?
I wonder.
In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret pin number, 2845.
I had it in my head that it was 2847, I'm not sure why.
Incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing.
I'm so amazing.
Newly opened passageway.
Stanley!
Found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come
I will
across
savor
these
it.
Beautiful figurines.
I'm savoring it. I love the Stanlerines. Oh wait, yes, I forgot, you can do this! Wait, hang on, no, I want to see, 432, was that it? Employee 432? I think that's what it was.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Hello there.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did
What
he have the
horrible
strength
secret?
to find out?
No, but I know what I do have the strength to do, and that's jump into a pit. Bonk.
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game, with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are.
I'm special!
All this track. Good job you've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it.
Is this Lemon Demon?
Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. But now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams.
Railings don't mean anything.
Good job, you did it.
Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it.
Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it.
Oh. Yippee!
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned?
I don't know, I mean, considering there's a void outside.
Forward time from now on.
Alright. Meeting today in the meeting room. Figurine Finders Committee. Ooh! Let's go to the meeting room.
When Stanley came to a set of
I'm not doing this because I want to.
he entered the
I mean, I'm not doing this because you want me to. Trust the completionist instinct. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation, this room, they feel pointless, TBH. Weird spinning figurines. Our data, stock opinions, stop options, what do they want? Money? Should we make them employees, interns? Yes. Maybe? Why do they kind of look like 4 to 7? How many are there? Can we sell them? Obviously. We need more planks! Warehouse access plan. Produce 1 plank to allow ease of access past fence. Construct bridge to allow collection of shiny float. Retrieve Chris's remains from warehouse floor. Oh my fucking god. Construct new structurally sound bridge. Mission status. Inside of a sequel exhibit, a large room, lots of boxes, stairs, something to do with stairs, some were both blue and red, nearby a fireplace, in a private but smelly place for an important person. Looks like 427, ha ha ha, 5 there be, just take it from me, gotta collect them all. There will be a reward for finding them all. Lies. I want them so much, I want to go home. We can do it! Biglies. Bottom text.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yeah.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. Mini stands. Stanley figs. What about Stanlerines?
Stanlerines.
Like that.
It's like a tangerine, but a Stanley.
Under your belt.
I found it. What's here anyway? I forget. Oh wait, no, this is the dream loop ending. I don't want that. I'll get it in a bit. I will not be playing through the whole game today, by the way, just so you know, I'm not that devoted. Boop, boop, boop.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
I like how he asks, what do you think, Stanley, and then does not give me a chance to voice my opinion. Even if I could talk, I can't.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all
How
alone?
many voice lines for this area are there?
For Stanley.
For this game,
Too
even.
much for any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half moans, half sobs, the guttural retching of life from a man denied any hope, any reason to keep going. Here on the floor, he lay paralyzed by fear for nearly a full hour. But when at last he began to move about and survey the situation, he found a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could it mean? Was it a sign of hope for Stanley's future? Alas, it was not. For although this keypad guarded the terrible secret of Stanley's past, it had been assigned a 4-digit code so devious and so random that no man could ever hope to guess it.
So deviant.
845. Statistically, nearly impossible to guess blindly, ever. Stanley just sat around twiddling his
All right.
thumbs, trying to input anything on the device. Yet incredibly, by
There we
simply
go.
pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck.
By sheer fuck, more like. What?
Stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Newly opened mother. Here we go. I don't even remember what I was doing.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Now, I could do that, or I could kill myself. You know, the choices are not very varied here. Let's go this way. I wanna see. I think it was employee 4 something. Hang on, let me Google. TSP employee 432. It is 432. I was right. All right.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Hmm. Sorry, I was just Googling stuff. Anywho.
Now the monitors jumped to life. Their
Where is
true
432?
nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building. Stanley's co-worker.
There it is.
The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen. And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom...
There's 432. It looks normal, there's no secrets. Lame!
This mind control facility...
Blah blah blah. Yep. Up we go. And then I'm gonna make the narrator say really, really, really mean things to me, and I'm gonna get weirdly attracted to him.
Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Me when narrator is
The
evil.
heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
Alright, let's go, let's go, let's
The
go.
reality of his past began to sink in. Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human.
Actually, I forgot. There's other options for the cursor. There's second-person shooter, plasma rifle, Joe's favorite, play of the game, window. Let's do Joe's favorite.
Life, for he would dismantle the controls once.
It's ridiculous. Okay. Anyway.
And for all. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you?
I might have.
After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go. Turn the controls off and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system.
I love this so much!
Is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode.
Oh no! What a disaster!
How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Ah, now this is a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind.
The music is
What a
so
shame there's
sick.
so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly.
It's so cool.
I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone.
You're mean, narrator.
Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. but I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now?
No, I'm being awesome. I'm being awesome.
You
I'm
just
awesome.
assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off. I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
I'm sorry I'm not talking. Oh.
Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment.
Oh my god! Does the timer keep going even when it's paused?
But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death.
Oh my god, it does. That's so cool.
Instead of watching a cutscene, because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to strike. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just
God, it's so hot. I mean, what? I
Will
mean,
you cling
oh.
desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Flashbang. POV, death. So anyway, now that I have a raging erection, I'm joking, I'm joking.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Let's bring the bucket with us.
Spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Stanley clutched the
Let's go
bucket
this way.
tightly to his chest, and this was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him.
Blah 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 blah. Blah blah blah. La 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 la.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Let's go to the silly room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
Oh wait, yes, 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 let's go here.
Yes, go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Huh? Oh. Na 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 na.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. You'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
But I could if I were to reset the game data. But I'm not going to, because, you know what? Oh my god, Among Us? Sorry, I got distracted. Among Us. Oh. Figler and Lorraine. Narrator dialogue.
Okay, this is day number 290.
Wait, what?
Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track.
I've never seen this before. What?
Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so...
Ayo, bro. Ayo.
Treasure. I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
What? What the fuck? What? I've never seen that before. How is this game still surprising me? I've played it like 8 times.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Where's my bucket?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The end is never the end is never the end is never the end is never the
Find a trace
end.
of his co-workers.
It's 432, right? Yeah. Oh, that's my bucket. It was in the wrong room. Yep.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again. Not truly alone. Not with the bucket around.
The bucket!
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
What should we do? Let's go... Let's do the escape ending. I don't actually know what happens with the escape ending with the bucket. Is this some kind of game? There must be a point to this. Several small floating office objects have appeared across the office. We have to synergize our resources to ensure their retrieval. There are many questions. There was no memo from management. How can you tell you've spotted one? What makes them float in the air? Who took these pictures of them? Follow clues provided by employee 416. We can do it. Oh!
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You
No!
can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy.
My
It's
bucket!
as clear as day. This
You can't have my bucket!
believes it deserves the bucket.
No!
I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet.
No!
That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other.
No, it's not a cleaning supply. It's mine! It's mine! It's mine!
With the bucket.
It's
I
mine!
know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket.
My bucket.
Your companion and lifelong
My companion, my friend, my lover.
Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. This is how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends?
Oh dare.
That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient?
We
That
had
your life
passionate
is so
sex.
banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it.
You
Tell the
are
Broom Closet
being
offer
very
limited
rude to me.
copies.
You're being
Expand
very
on the
mean
wide
to me.
variety of
We
experiences
have been
you
on
and the
many
bucket have
adventures.
shared together.
Mm-hmm.
Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
You are being very mean to me right now, and honestly, I think that's quite rude. And me and the bucket, we're actually married.
I've got you something which I think
Canonically,
settle
by
this
the way.
debate once and
It's not.
Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take our hike, Broom Closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
I kind of forgotten how you...
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate.
Yeah!
I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Impeccable.
To a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I don't actually know if you can do this.
Stepping in.
Yes! Yes, you can! I love how it cuts him off because he's in that room, which means he's not omniscient. He is not everywhere at once. He is a person next to you, and he must be invisible or something, because that's why he couldn't leave in the, skip button ending. I love it! I love this game so much. I love it, I love it, I love it. Aw, man. Get well someday. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Whoa, 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 whoa. The end is never the end. I know. Here we go. You are now leaving. Escape pod bay floor 760, 754. $7.55? Wait, it's another... Oh, that's interesting. I know there's no real meaning to this. I know that there isn't supposed to be a purpose. But I can't help it. I must theorize. I have no mouth and I must theorize. It's just the office on every floor. So are we the 754th variation of Stanley? $7.58. Yep, it's the office again. This is riveting content, I know. It's so riveting. I'm so good at streaming, man. I'm so good. Escape pod launch bay, let's go. Escape. My bucket. Oh no, it's still here. I thought it took it from me. Oh. Oh! Wait, oh my god, I've never seen this! Oh! Oh! This is so cute, what the fuck? It's only big enough for one. This is so sad. Goodbye. At least one of us gets satisfaction and happiness. Oh. Help. My eyes. Oh my god. Push the buttons, push the buttons. Anyway. Oh, I can just go back to heaven whenever I want.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Yap, yap, yap. Yap, yap, yap.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
Rep-
simply missed a memo.
And try not to lose this one too, you dolt.
That's amazing! That's incredible!
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yeah, let's go kill ourselves. I mean, what?
Stanley, we must move on from this room simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Agony. Fine.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
What happens if you go in the elevator with the bucket? Ba-doo. No, it's the same. Sad. I think someone did an animation of it. Someone did an animation of the elevator.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an
2, 8,
indication of
4,
any human
5.
life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation,
I did not mean to do
Stanley
that.
may have broken
2,
down into an
8,
emotional dumpster
4.
fire, if not for the
Huh?
soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Uh-huh. You know, I sure do love logic.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate.
I wouldn't say plummeting.
It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
I love the bucket. The bucket is my
Stanley and the bucket
senpai.
walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Should I jump off? Yeah, we can get back here easy enough.
just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which simply cushioned his fall. Now,
This is ridiculous.
what next? Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves.
Oh, this is
and a
nice.
sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The
Aww.
bucket tried to reach out to him.
Panini! Or is that
No
cake?
avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as...
Do you think there's a soul in the bucket?
Yet Stanley was unconsolable.
Actually, it's inconsolable.
This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending, but it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on.
Oh.
The two of them waited for a very long time.
Well, I guess that's an ending, I guess. Nope, don't want to go to heaven again.
All of his co-workers were gone.
What could it mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bleh.
Good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly
Nah.
to his chest. And
I want to get the last Stanlerine.
meeting room.
The last Stanley
Stanley
figurine.
had felt the bucket calling to him.
Blah, 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 blah. It is September. It is not
And here it
Christmas.
was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was no, never mind.
No, the bucket was wrong.
Was wrong.
Oh,
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not
no.
question why or how this bucket was speaking to him.
Alright, and then we're gonna jump over here
Because
when
the
it
bucket
goes.
did not talk. But Stanley chose not to think about it.
I
He was
will
firmly
love
convinced that
it.
the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
To be one. To be or not to be? That is the question. To be three.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right
No
there.
buckets
It says,
past this
"No
point."
buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was...
Oh, no!
The bucket here?
I'm so sorry!
What if the problem is that you actually don't...
Oh my god, this bit! Oh my god, I forgot about this bit.
And a lot about your behavior up to this point, which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire
Could it?
rest
Really?
of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please,
Oh.
step in here for a moment.
Do not stand on the side of fence. What about here? What about if I do here? Oh. And the end is never the end. I don't think- have I ever played this bit? I don't think I have.
Then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
Okie dokie.
Enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket.
Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Hell yeah.
Incorrect.
What?
It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual
Ah.
bucket.
I was fooled. I need to lock in, guys. I gotta lock in. I gotta.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Yes. No!
It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
If it's a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, then that means it's a bucket.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Yay!
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Well, I mean, if you really, really think about it, a bucket is something used for transporting water and other fluids. You could transport water and other fluids in a tractor. I mean, a bucket. This is a bucket.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket?
No.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
What the fuck? What's the difference?
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
I don't know, looks pretty sus to me.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Huh?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Nothing is a bucket.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Am I a bucket?
Stanley,
Oh god!
keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
No!
What happened? Is everything gone?
Oh my god.
Everything
Oh my god.
Was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket? Oh God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Okay.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right, here we go.
Hang on just a minute. I'm working on my audio. There we go. Okay, now I can hear myself, but that's much better. Alright. So everything is a bucket.
All
That's
of his
interesting.
co-workers were gone.
Interesting.
What could it mean?
Are you a bucket?
Stanley decided to go to
Are
the
you a
meeting
bucket?
room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
You're a bucket. I know what you- I know what you- I know what you are. Bucket!
Where are
we going today? The bucket asked.
On an
Stanley just smiled.
adventure!
Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
We're going on an adventure. Actually, hang on. Hearing myself talk is really strange. There we go. There we go. Much better. I closed the store? Really? I can close these doors? I never knew. What happens if I... There's gotta be something here. Right? Surely.
Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the house. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket.
The magic of the bucket. We gotta love and appreciate the bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay, yeah, fuck it. Let's do museum ending. Or whatever that is with the bucket.
Stanley, we must move on
Oh.
from this broom closet, simply because I have...
Damn it, I thought there were more dialogue.
If I did,
Meh.
I can guarantee we'd be in here for...
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Nyum.
Stepping into his manager's
I should try and
office,
speedrun this,
he
shouldn't I?
was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
No.
Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not, but Stanley guessed that
Yippee!
by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
Was it?
The bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Paboop. Oh, actually, wait, we can do this. And then we'll go get the museum ending.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again.
The bucket said nothing.
Oh. Look, Bucket, are you mad at me? If you're mad at me, like, we can talk. We can talk about it. You know, couples therapy is pretty expensive, but I think it would work. You know, if you're up for it.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3. Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Bucket, are you angry at me? Look, we can talk about this. We can talk.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
I love slamming the number 3. It's my favorite hobby. Oh.
A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number 3 for the bucket again?
Yes. If I do it again, surely it'll understand. Surely. It's gotta.
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Dude, you're being really passive-aggressive right now. I'm not into it. Like, I'd be into it if we discussed it beforehand, but, like, not right now. Come on, look, I'll show you the number 3, and if you don't like it, then just say something, just say something.
Said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears, and the whole time he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind.
Dude.
Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence.
Bucket?
Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
Bucket, why are you being mean to me? What did I do? Did I upset you by...
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way.
I'm ruminating.
He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be? Stanley and the bucket walked straight
No.
to a large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Hup. I was just checking to see if there was any dialogue, that's all.
Said Stanley. I know what to do.
Yes,
I know
yes.
how to fully express this feeling in my heart.
PowerPoint presentation.
He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
Exactly. Let's go.
For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building
World's healthiest human being, Ultrix revealed. How we did it, the pyramids. The guy who went to Mars.
Measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
World's first sentient machine.
This was it.
One
last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true...
Is that a Magnus Archives reference? Holy fucking shit! Oh my god! 3. The dude who came up with pizza. The Lord.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
This is so sad. Alexa, play Despacito. I've made that joke already. It's bucket time.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
And distinction.
The bucket tightly to his chest
And this was not.
I want to see what happens if you unplug
But Stanley
the
had flipped bucket
phone.
to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room.
Go somewhere else.
The cargo lift. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
I swear, is there a way to get down
Stanley
there?
did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him.
No, it had. I heard it.
Thinkingly did whatever the bucket
It's
asked.
not unthinking. I just trust it wholeheartedly. I love it. It's my beloved Pookie. I love it so much.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke.
Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing?
Oh my god.
What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies?
I don't think I've ever
And
seen
more
this.
importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body.
I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes.
Optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Danny with the funny!
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter.
Oh,
in
God.
no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence.
What is happening?
Likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
What is happening?
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the 2 doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery.
If he says I'm done with the funny, I will actually die. It would be incredibly funny.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now.
I have no idea.
King of comedy, that's for sure.
No, absolutely not.
The bucket spoke to Stanley. The bucket spoke. The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Yeah, you got this. You got this, buddy. You got this. Hmm? Ah, right. Yes. Wait. Where'd my other bucket go? Oh my god! They removed it because everything is a bucket. That's insane attention to detail. God damn. I didn't even notice it was gone.
You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Whoops.
Here we go. You ready?
Oh!
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Huh?
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, or not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors.
You are very easily
This
confused.
mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Huh?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
I believe there's another instructional video, and I don't remember how to get it. Oh, wait! Yes, I do know how to get it. You get all the Stanlerines. The figurines, the figlies, the fucking whatever.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
No.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What? Huh? What? What is happening?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge
Perhaps,
first,
perchance,
just to
perchance,
admire
mayhaps, maybe.
it. It was okay.
Oh! Damn. Have I got depression now?
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No. I have an idea. I know what I'm doing.
Stanley was so bad at following directions.
Shut up!
It's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Hup.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. Really? You have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Now, I will not be doing that because this ending makes me want to die.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward.
Yeah.
I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
I don't actually remember how... I know there was a video and it was really, really funny. We'll figure it out. Blue door.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
No.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
All right.
There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Also, hang on. I'm gonna look up how you get that ending because I really want to find it. Hang on just a minute. I don't remember. Anywho.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the
I don't actually want to play this ending, so let's go back. I believe the way you do it is...
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have
What?
no pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim?
Well, I mean, that's one way to get it.
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but would you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Sure. That's... Now remembering when Stanley Family Collectibles. That's kind of weird. I was just talking like, oh, how do I get that video ending? I think this is how. Secret tunnel through the mountain.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Let's get the next Stanley! Stanlerine Figley!
You found this one all on your own just by poking around behind the boss's office. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
That's how I like to surprise people, baby!
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your 3rd mini Stan? Can you remember?
It was under the stairs, wasn't it?
Hey, that's exactly right.
Hooray!
It was here, under the stairs. It was the 3rd one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your 3rd time doing anything.
Somehow I don't believe that. What the fuck?
Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Bro, someone's fucking up your memory. Someone's goofing it. That's unsettling. Anywho.
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video.
Oh my god, yes, yes, yes.
Enjoy.
Yes! This is what I was looking for! Yes! What's that back there? Oh my god! It's mini Stan number 5! You found it near the cargo lift! Thanks for watching! Directed by the narrator, edited by the narrator, music by the narrator, produced by the best boy, starring Stan.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I
Sure
spent a lot
does.
of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Hmm?
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others.
That is how memories work.
Truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like. And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment.
This reminds me of Super Liminality or whatever it was called.
Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Oh.
No, I'm not done.
Oh.
I'm ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Okay.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video.
That's so silly.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
The apple is whispering to me. I wonder what you could see if you no-clipped around here. I don't even know how to do that. It'd be fun to try, though. Put in the serious room.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them.
Yeah.
I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Next one!
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too.
Mm-hmm.
Past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
I feel like this is going to be a bad thing.
The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Narrator, I don't know. I don't think going back in your memories this far is a good idea.
New content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories. Oh, yes. The two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Yeah. Narrator, you're being real weird.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
Oh.
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go.
And I imagine this one to be the true ending.
A man named Stanley. Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now.
What happens if I...
But Stanley simply couldn't
Yay!
stand the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do.
Absolutely he will.
Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
And then, the end is never the end. Hang on just a second. Ah, there's a mod which allows you to no-clip in the Stanley Parable. That's cool. Press... whatever.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, what ending should we do next? How about... Oh, how about we quit the game and then get more timekeeper stuff? Let's do that. Yes, this one. There we go. Into the... Huh? Ah. Yeah, okay. There we go. And unfortunately, I'm gonna have to end the stream here because it's past my bedtime. I'm just a little guy. So, thanks for watching, the one person who tuned in. Bye!